Beloved, I've always been told so. It's best to start at the beginning. And that is where we find our most sincere gratitude for another Tuesday afternoon of information and enlightenment, naturally and deliciously flavored by Amsterdam ice cream. Yes, indeed, beloved. And then, lest it should slip us, I don't see how, but we have to make sure that you remember that at 3:30, it is time for our Crucian history question of today. And that, beloved, is due to the clever intuition of the lady I call the general. That's beautiful Aisha. She's the one come up with that. So Mario, you need to find a Crucian history question. And when you get the correct answer from your beloved audience, I, Aisha, will complement that correct answer with a full quart of Amsterdam ice cream of their favorite flavor. And I always say, beloved, not even a black water stick, you cannot beat that. Amsterdam ice cream is with us since 1900, 926 years. Which one of you been around to contest that Amsterdam homemade ice cream has not been a favorite ever since then? Nobody. 126 years, beloved. Everybody loves them some Amsterdam ice cream. It is the most exotic island flavors you ever did want to lick. Beloved, I am yet to find somebody who doesn't like Amsterdam ice cream, and believe you me, that person just doesn't exist. Everybody loves them some Amsterdam ice cream. Of course, there are them and those. Fortunately, it's a few, but there are them and those for primarily medical reasons, like the lactose intolerance, then the system can't tolerate the dairy and the sweetness. So there are them and those diabetic, lactose intolerant, who just can't deal with ice cream. Not Amsterdam ice cream, but ice cream period, because the health will not allow it. And I'm saying all of this, beloved, because I truly, in the last few months, have been inquiring, asking people directly to the face. I said, what do you think would become of Absam ice cream if it were to be packaged so that it could be sold, available wherever ice cream is sold? So that wherever you buy ice cream on St. Croix, you'll be able to buy your favorite flavor of Absam ice cream. And beloved, uh, unquestionably, unequivocally, and without any hint of, of a question, people watch me and I said, Mario, we're talking Absam ice cream. What do you mean? Again, you might as well do away with all kind of ice cream because there would just be no, well, there would be no sales for any other kind of ice cream. Yes, that's how radically popular and favorite Amsterdam ice cream is when it comes to licking the cream. You just there's just no competition, not whatsoever. And this is why I come inevitably to the question as to, well, why is it that Amsterdam ice cream is not packaged? Why isn't Amsterdam ice cream available? Well, where any other kind of ice cream is available, whether it's a big supermarket or uh, the innumerable gas stations that we have across the island of St. Croix. Because I checked that too, and you could check it for yourself. Every one of these gas stations does sell ice cream. That's a fact. And my point is that, beloved, Hampshire ice cream is simply not available because, well, we don't have the facility on island to package ice cream. That is something that will take a little more resources than is available to the Armstrong family. And believe you me, in 126 years, they have used every method of conveying that delicious ice cream to all of us here, well, particularly in the western of St. Croix. We could swear on that ice cream, whether it was on a push cart through the street or on a bicycle through the street, or as most of us are only too familiar, in the yard. Yes, in the yard of the Armstrong ice cream family. You go in and go in the yard and get the ice cream that you want. And I mean, this has been a tradition for, like I said, 126 years, beloved. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mario.
How you doing?
Man, I'm breathing.
You're breathing. Man, let me have you some ice cream.
So
That's
I wanna give you an update on the NBA.
all right. Okay. Again, everybody, is looking out for me because just between Frederickson and Gallows Bay, I've had three updates. People stop me on the road. Stop me on the road. You understand? But I welcome it all. So I say, I tell you I don't need no TV. I tell you I don't need any
Okay,
kind of content. So please
okay,
update me. I love hearing it.
okay. So the New York Knicks went into San Antonio and they won two games.
Yes, indeed. Game one and
And
two of the NBA finals we're talking about, beloved.
yeah, and so San Antonio went into the belly of the beast and
Yes,
won one last
yes, indeed.
night.
Yes, indeed. And they tell me that, well, they had an audience beyond expectations.
Yes, yes, they exceeded the World Cup.
Yes,
So that's a lot of people.
indeed.
Yeah. So we going into the other game, and San Antonio looks really good. They might just pull another one out.
Yeah. They are the youngest team,
They
know,
are.
to be in an NBA finals,
They
and
are.
so that they are on the brink of making all kinds of history, particularly
Yeah.
again after losing the first two games at home.
Yeah. And lost in home court advantage.
Yes.
Yeah. So they figure, when you're back against the wall, you're back against the wall. You have nothing to lose.
Right,
So
right.
yeah. So I want to ask you another question.
Please.
I was listening to some history about St. Kitts,
Uh-huh.
and they were talking about a place I think is called Gallows Bay.
Uh-huh.
And apparently this place in St. Kitts is where they use the word gallows.
Uh-huh.
They use the same word for when people kill people,
Yeah.
gallows.
Yeah.
And in St. Croix, I know they have a place that's called Gallows Bay. Is
That's
that
where
what they use it
that's
for?
where we are located. But
Yeah.
again, unfortunately, I am not as up to date as I should be on St. Christopher, better known to us all as St. Kitts. But at St. Croix, I could tell you Gallows Bay was because that was where the gallows was. And the gallows mean
Ah,
where we actually, experience people being, well, executed by hanging.
ah.
All right?
For all these years, I live in St. Croix.
Yes.
And I talk about going to Gallows Bay or the Gallows Bay Beach. I never knew. Now, you should have saved this for one of your questions for the ice cream. Um,
Who knows? We've been doing it for 5 years. I could hold it for a few years and I'm still springing on them.
but I did not know until I heard the history on St. Kitts because they have a place they call Gallows.
Yes.
And I did not know. So I wanted to ask you
Yeah.
about the one in St. Croix,
No.
and you just confirm it.
Yes. Yes. And you ever heard of a Knights of Malta Chevalier named De Poincy? Ever heard that name, De
No,
Poincy? This is
no.
it. This is a Frenchman, you know, who actually made St. Croix a part of the French West Indies. When the French West Indies at the time was a charter of the French crown. It was not yet a French colonial, what should I say, part of the crown. It was a commercial enterprise. And this man, the Poincy, he wanted to, matter of fact, he took over St. Croix in the year, 1650, I think it was 1650. These are the people who, because they were having extreme difficulty with the humidity, they actually set fire to the island of St. Croix and had St. Croix burning for like 3 months while they stayed offshore and did everything to keep the fire burning. Yes, that's part of our history and why we are not, the rainforest that St. Dominica or St. Lucia or St. Vincent is, because we had 3 rivers, but is as a result of this burning that St. Croix became so arid, so that it's only the northwest corner of St. Croix that remains a rainforest. This is where the Maroons lived, and they made sure that they did not burn.
Okay.
Right? No, but I'm saying all of this because this De Poincy had his own dwellings just outside of what today is Basseterre. They call it the Fountains.
Yes.
His home was so elaborate, he had, it was served by as many as 600 enslaved Africans. I thought you would want to know that.
I appreciate it. No, thank you so much. I just heard back, and so I wanted to run it by you because I know you were you were from creation when God was created the world. So I wanted to ask you that.
Only when it comes to St. Croix, my beloved St. Croix.
All right. Talk to you later, Mario.
You well. Thank you.
Go Spurs.
Go Spurs indeed.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Yes, beloved. So we continue to uphold the legacy of the St. Louis Spurs because of none other than Tim Duncan. And hey, we want the Spurs to continue winning like they did with Tim Duncan because, again, he made history. Only Michael Jordan could say they have a more immaculate history than Tim Duncan because he went to the final 6 times and won it 5 times. And we won't get into the one loss, but it was a heartbreaker, the game that they lost in Miami with a 3-pointer hit at the buzzer to preserve the Miami Heat. But beloved, right now we are very much rooting for the San Antonio Spurs. But we were talking about another icon, a signature that is this Armstrong ice cream. And why is it that here we go. Good afternoon, welcome.
Adios.
Adele.
back in the Cavs back in the day.
Yes.
Okay, good. Now, let me go to NBA.
Go right ahead. I'm following you.
Yeah, I don't know whether you could tell me why the prices for tickets have gone up maybe 10,000 fold.
Again, it's Madison Square Garden, so that the location in itself, is historically unique. Madison Square Garden in New York, and the New York Knicks, have not been able to make it to the final. This is the first appearance in the 21st century. The last time was it was the San Antonio Spurs, led by Tim Duncan, and Tim Duncan walked there behind.
Right.
Thank you. The Fisher Fuji man put it to them. So now here comes, when some people said, a young Tim Duncan, but he's a little bit taller. Timmy was depending on who was doing the measuring, anywhere between 6'11" and 7 feet tall. But Wembanyama, Victor Wembanyama, he's 7 feet 4 inches, 7'4", and he's 22, and he's 22 years old. So they're the youngest team. Pardon me?
He's still going to grow.
Who knows? Who knows, right? But they had this San Antonio team is the youngest team to ever make it to the finals.
I know. But let me tell you.
Yeah.
You got to be 6-something, so at least you close up to the boy there.
I'm 6.5, 6'6".
But imagine me 5'4". I got to look up way, and I got to look up to the sky.
Well, I do. That is, again, one of the advantages with the sport of basketball. When I was playing it at 6'6", me and Lowell Dyer, who was 6'4", we played with the Monarchs. They refer to us as the Twin Towers.
Yes, sir.
Where today, at 6'6", you understand, I am just right for a guard. That's the height of a guard today. You know what I'm saying? When I was playing ball, yes, they would put me in the center here position or at a big forward because 6'6" was very tall back in the 1950s.
So you were catching all them
rebounds. Absolutely. And for 5 straight years, the Monarchs remained the champions here at St. Croix.
Right. But let me ask you something. Why didn't you go pro?
I wasn't good enough. No way. I played a little piece, in Puerto Rico, Los Potritos, when there was a time when there was a strike with the basketball union, and they played some other teams they brought in to keep the league going, and Los Potritos was one of them, and I got to play and maybe half a dozen games. But I was never good enough. I was never good enough. No. I was never good enough to be professional.
I don't like to hear you calling yourself young son.
But I'll tell you the truth. The same with music. I left music also because I wasn't good enough. I could not do the things that I wanted to do. So I know I wasn't good enough. and I wasn't going to fool myself, no. But
Okay,
if
okay.
you want to talk about, the history of St. Croix and reading
Oh,
about
that's
the
a
history of
different
St.
story.
Croix, well,
Yes.
yes, I would take you on at that one.
All right. Well, then it seems that what happened is that you realized what your calling was.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And I've stuck to it. I love to read and I love St. Croix. And hey, I can't beat that with a black water stick. So I've stuck with it.
Right. But why I have asked about why you didn't go pro, I was thinking exactly in Puerto Rico should
Yeah.
have been your springboard.
Yes. And I got a little piece of it that I throw again. I just was not athletic enough. And then,
I see.
my physical structure, I was never, to the weight to be a competitive athlete in a sport like basketball.
I see.
You need some weight on you,
Right. But let me
especially.
ask you this.
Yeah.
What about Alex, your brother?
No, he
He
would
ever
have
played
been
basketball?
he would have been he was 6'10" and would have, but as a youngster, I think Judy was maybe about 10, 12 years old when he got run over by a big truck,
Oh my
and it
God.
crushed it crushed his ankle.
Oh
He had
please.
so his and he has well, he passed away 2 years now. But so he
Yeah.
lived with a surgically repaired ankle.
Wow.
So he
Wow.
he
Wow. Wow.
might
Wow.
I guess he might have because of his size. But again, he could not do any athletic. Well, he wasn't physically competitive because
Right.
he just had one foot. The one
Yeah.
ankle
Well,
was surgically repaired.
right. I'm sure a lot of us didn't know that, and I could feel the pain because
Yes,
your ankle area is very
yes.
tender.
Yes, people would not know
Yes.
that, but this Sapper, he was very young. I don't think Julie was
Wow.
12 years old yet. I was going to be
Oh
between
my.
10 and 12 years old. I remember it because we were there, we were at home, and don't know how it happened, but somehow we got under the truck and it
I
ran
yes.
over, them double axle big trucks. Yeah,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
yeah,
But
crushes.
thank God it was only his foot area. God, it couldn't have been up by his stomach or his head
Thank
area.
you, thank
Thank
you,
God.
thank you, thank you, yes.
Yeah.
But
But
that's the
anyway, let me
reason why.
close.
That's the reason why.
Yeah. Let me close by saying this. I want to prepare my people back in the Virgin for higher electricity bills, and I'll explain them why.
Uh,
Anytime. Huh?
we are expecting Professor Henry in
I
another
know.
hour.
I know.
We'll be talking about WAPA.
Yes, but I said it as a precaution. He might want to jump on this as he come in.
Yes.
I am telling them from experience. Anytime you have power, electricity going off and on,
Yeah.
look for your next power bill. That they going no place but up.
Well, I mean,
And
we are now chasing St. Thomas too. I mean, it's St. Thomas that I mean, it's I feel for them because our situation has gotten that bad that I could say when people tell me, "But Mario, you ain't nothing compared to St. Thomas." So I really
oh,
feel for St. Thomas. And when the Yakame calls and talks about it, you are without power for a whole day. I mean, a lot, man. I mean,
sometimes longer.
this the year 2026, man.
Well, the thing is this: it will be 2066 unless they get rid of the scoundrels that's not looking to make it better. My God, Mario wasn't the few and cry that we didn't have enough money. Now we got billions.
Yeah.
And what are we doing? I
Well,
mean, come
that's
on.
that's why we look forward to Professor Henry and of course Carl, as I just said, because we are, in a major campaign, and we'd like for WAPA to be a major issue in the campaign, but it, well, it's a wish. It's a wish. We're wishing for it.
Right, I would hold my thoughts then until the Pegasus is front and center.
We look forward to it.
Yes, sir. Bye.
Bye bye. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, man.
Thank you for your call, man, and thank you for your patience. I am old, slow, but still good to go. Welcome, man. Welcome.
Well, that's a way of starting off with the truth.
That's right.
Everything starts off with the truth.
Well, that was the key to my success. Being on the radio since 1975, I do not come out here to tell my beloved audience lies, and I have been sincere about that. So that if I don't know something, I tell you straight up. And so I don't know, I look into it, and maybe I could tell you the next time I'm there. But no, I don't at all, make the mistake of trying to beguile my beautiful, beloved audience, because people like you know better. I can't fool people like you for more than a day or two. Then they go right back on me.
And as we know better, we do better, Mario. We share that love.
That's right.
As you know love, you give love. And everything begins with the way that we think. We've all been conditioned to think different, to
Right.
think differently. But it's what is being endured to you.
Yeah.
As your eyes open, your ears open,
Yeah.
can you understand what is being said
Right.
or what is being implemented to you in your community?
Right.
What is being administered to you in the community?
Yeah.
Some people, they ignore what's going on around them. Right? They don't
Yeah.
read the news, they don't care for this or that,
Yeah.
and so forth. So I said, what today? What's the date? What's the date? Oh man, I don't know, I forget. Something simple like that. Well,
I hear you. I hear you.
our history, we have lost so much, Mario, based on what Ferguson was created in 1755.
Yeah.
You couldn't look it up online anyway.
Well,
We
again,
don't want to really actually
You
teach
know.
our younger generation.
but what troubles me, if I might mention it over your conversation, what troubles me tremendously is that this island of St. Croix, this 84 square mile island, is one of the most historic piece of real estate in the entire Caribbean. What our ancestors have accomplished here, I mean, it is criminal for we to have the political leadership that we have, and they ignore the contributions, the resistance, the suffering enjoyed by our ancestors, so that they can enjoy the privilege of being a part of the highest paid government in the entire Caribbean, where our senators make more money than the governor of Puerto Rico. I mean, Lord Harry, the judgment. How could we ignore such history? But there you
Well,
are.
you always ring me to call, and if you won't use one of your callers, and when he spoke about the gallows and gallows Bay
Yeah,
and the history that he cites in other islands,
yeah,
every time you deal with locations and different things,
yeah,
location makes a big difference
yes,
in real estate.
yeah,
But they wanted Gallows Bay because before the Gallows, it was a known place where all the communities on that side of the island would go to fish
yes,
and bathe and enjoy themselves and party and have the best of everything, the joy of life, what God gave us to to just have the freedom and humanity to just really and truly enjoy life.
I would have to question that, and ask you, well, what period of time are you saying when we enjoy these beaches? When are you talking about?
I would say before 500 years, the indigenous people that was there at
Oh,
that
the
time.
indigenous
It was
people.
a known location for
Okay.
fishing and farming when
Okay.
humans
Okay.
exist at that
All
part of
right.
the
So we're not
island.
talking about, our ancestors of Africa. You're talking about the indigenous people that were here before they brought our ancestors as enslaved uh, in the 17th century.
Yes, Mario.
Okay.
And you know, my family is entwined with all the indigenous, the Africans, and the Spanish.
Oh, we bridged it all. I just wanted to be sure because
But yes, Mario.
yes,
But they know that the people gathered there, so when they came to conquer,
yes,
to belittle the people in the community, find that main location where they all gather and hang out and eat, and
yes,
create that gallows to put in fear in the people
yes,
and show them that this is what we're going to do to each one of us.
yeah.
So I was just sharing that it was a fishing community before it became what it became, the gallows.
Appreciate
And
you.
just embracing that history, Mario.
Appreciate you.
But he could also learn about the Willie Lynch syndrome, the making of a slave, that will kind of help uplift the young man in terms of finding out the behavior of things that is still endured into us very heavily. Those that I can understand and understand and release themselves out of it by having lack of understanding and to be free of any doctrine or documentation that is hindering you as people. So you shouldn't take on that type of behavior, the making of a slave that the Willie Lynch syndrome has been dearly passed on to our ancestors deeply, and we still endure it. So I don't get upset because I understand the behavior is a behavioral problem with many of even our family members and our loved ones. And even if you talk to them and tell them, they say, yeah, no, okay, I got it. And then the reality is they don't really get it.
Yeah.
It's so shameful.
It's sad.
Well, that's what we used to do. We gotta move forward and really and truly understand whose we are as people, where we came from, and where we're trying to go.
Yeah.
To have a better future.
Yeah.
You know, to bring back more humanities, loving, care, and sharing.
Right.
Bring back the community to have, reach one, teach one, to help each other. Don't wait till there's a hurricane or different things. No. Let's help those along the way that need that help.
Right.
Helping hand and so forth, Mary. But unfortunately, we see a lot of them with these don't scap that you call the don't scap, and they will do everything to bring in, weed and cocaine and all these different indictments. These are all the ones that have the so-called don't start on the head, Mary. So I would just leave on that note. The ones that are really not doing what they're supposed to be doing, Mary.
We appreciate your comments, man.
But you be blessed. One love.
One love. Stay strong.
Yeah.
All right. Yes, beloved. We're talking about one signature of our iconic history, Armstrong Ice Cream, and when we end up talking about the 84 square mile and we call St. Croix, we call our home. And with that we say, beloved, hold straight, because you got to lick your cream, because Armstrong Ice Cream is just so good for your soul. We're back. And yes, beloved, let me ask, when you go to school, grade school between 12th grade and, I'm sorry, between kindergarten and 12th grade, uh, you expect the teachers to teach. That's what they do. They teach us. Beloved, when you see a police officer or a patrol car, you expect to see someone or some institution that is there, as they say, to protect and serve 24/7. And so while you will go to school, expect the teachers to teach you, you don't go to a police officer expecting them to teach you, but they will save you. That's what they do 24/7. They're there to serve you, protect you. And you might ask, what is your point, Mario? What is you talking about? Well, the fact that the people we elect to office are supposed to represent our political leadership. But I, for one, and I don't avoid, criticism about it. I stand by my convictions and I say that, in my view, they are good for nothing misleaders. And while they are supposed to be the political leadership of the Virgin Islands, beloved, here we are now in a political campaign for a new government. And beloved, you tell me, which slogan, which campaign ad, which campaign poster speaks to leadership? They are talking about being our servants. They want to serve us. Beloved, what kind of leadership is that? I mean, you come to your political leadership, the senators, your governor, and here they are when they are campaigning for office. They have no leadership to demonstrate. They can't tell you what they want to lead. What vision do they have? What plan do they have? We could all tell them. We need hospital. We need a healthcare system. We need schools. We need an education system. We need a water and power authority. We need electricity that we can afford, that is reliable. Beloved, Tell me if I'm wrong. I don't get out as much as I used to, but I think I'm out enough to see that, beloved, all of these ads, all of these posters, everything that I see is talking about they wanted to serve us. Serve. They want to be our servants. Beloved, is that what we need? Servants? Or we need leaders? Since Bob Bryant has left the political leadership, there's been no leadership. There's no leadership in the Virgin Islands. And they're supposed to be the political leaders of the Virgin Islands. And all they have to offer is service. They want to serve us. Serve us how? When I asked, you know what they said? Well, we go to the people to find out what they want, and then we try to give them what they want. Craziness. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank
Welcome.
you. Well, we need a lot of stuff, and I urge everybody who is eligible to vote to please register. We need to register to vote if we haven't done so already.
Well,
Because-
unfortunately, we have more unregistered than registered people
I
in the
know.
Virgin Islands. And I think it's last week I was pointing out because it's a reality. We have more Rastafari in this community than we have registered Democrats. That so that if Rastafari was to register to vote or went in to vote, in one election they could take over the government. But they don't.
Exactly.
But that's
And
how
then we
pitiful.
have the active registered voter list almost as long as the ones for registered voters.
Well, there you are.
And so I'm just urging everybody to pay attention. We are to shape the destiny of the Virgin Islands of the United States, but we have to do it collectively. The senators, governors, delegates to House of Representatives don't put themselves in office. We have what is known as a Republican form of government. So if people don't want to participate, we're going to be back to square one, just complaining. Got to do more than complaining.
All right.
I'm
But
not saying
if
anything wrong with
if I
complaining.
might be a little argumentative, I would like to disrupt your argument, which is sound otherwise, by saying that we have the Republican form of government. We do not. And I would say we do not because we do not have the checks and balances. We refuse to have checks and balances in our government, and therefore it is not the Republican form of government. All right?
Okay, so what form of government we have?
You tell me. You know,
Well,
you tell me.
Okay, well, that's my understanding. The Republican form of government is where you have the three branches. The first branch, the legislative, that make the laws
Yes,
and control the purse string of the government
yes,
and have oversight over the different departments and agencies of the government.
yes.
And then you have the second branch, the executive branch.
Yeah.
The head of the executive branch is the governor. The governor is an elected position,
Yes,
and he has his cabinet members that he appoints, he or she.
yes.
And the third branch is the judiciary branch.
Yeah.
Now, if we want to see a change,
Well, you're assuming that you just described the Republican form of government. And I most respectfully like to say you did not, because you did not include the checks and balances. That's
well, they're
why,
supposed to have check and balances.
for instance, you have, two houses in the first branch of government. You have, House of Representatives, and you have a Senate. That's what we got, in Revised Organic Act of 1954. That's why we had, you know, uh, again, at-large senators and uh, and what do you call it? Uh,
District senators?
did we call them district senators at the time? Yes, yes, I think we did call them district senators at the time. I was uh, trying to research my old memory there, but we've always called them district senators. Yes, and that was removed as soon as the St. Thomas politicians got control of government. They was able to get the authority to reapportion the legislature, which they did, and they removed the checks and balances. And to this day, one at-large senator cannot check 14 district senators. There's no checks and balance there, and then, like with the House of Representatives, the district senators are supposed to represent the people, but you can't represent the people, and the people can hold you accountable. And the people can hold you accountable if you do not have a district that you are accountable to. And so that you then would be checked and balanced in the other district because it's only one treasury. And that is what makes it for the Republican form of government. And that's why they call uh, well, the fourth president of the United States was Madison, James Madison. They call him the architect of the Constitution. And you could read it in the Federalist Papers. You do not have a Republican form of government without checks and balances. And we do not have it. And we have, made sure that we remove them so that there is no accountability. And you can't have a Republican form of government without accountability. And again,
Well,
that's what
whatever
James
form of
Madison.
government we have, and
Yes,
one
you
thing
can.
we could agree on is the governors don't elect themselves. The people put them in office,
Yes,
and
indeed.
they have to meet certain eligibility requirements. And then the rest of the criteria, that's up to the individual voter. You set your standard, what you're going to accept. But for me, it's integrity is there, competency, your past record is a reflection of what I would anticipate your future record would be. So your experiences in leadership, I vet my candidate, and I'm urging everybody who's eligible and who haven't registered, you could do it online now. It would take less than 10 minutes to go online if you have the ability. Go to vivote.gov. And for those who are registered but they're not sure the status, well, if you're not sure, let me inform the public. If you didn't participate in the last two general elections, you're on the inactive registered voter list. That doesn't mean you can't vote. However, you should update so in the website to have a true reflection. And then it's up to the aspirants, their politicians. You have to persuade people that you're the best.
You're assuming that the electorate is our. You're assuming that our electorate, understand the system of government. But I would ask you,
No,
bring
no,
out
I'm
the
not
valid.
assuming. I know many people don't understand. The board of elections, they don't understand, and they don't respect the laws.
Well,
You have election laws that tells you the eligibility requirements to run for each office, and you have the board of elections that is usurping the authority of the supervisor of election. It's not the AG. The AG opinion should not matter. It's what's in the law, what's written in law. And in the law, it says the supervisor of election has the sole authority to qualify or disqualify candidates. And when she does her job and disqualifies a have the board of election that wants to come and usurp her authority and violate the laws. And that's what I am saying. Yes, people need to be informed.
I really wish
not
so.
the politics.
I really wish so. But we're not that. Again, I don't know which school could send a valedictorian to to this talk show, for instance, and ask the question, what is an unincorporated territory?
Well, I think you definitely need to have more civic education, not just for the students in school. Everybody needs to understand.
Well, there you are. Well, this is why, I am saying to you, we do not have a Republican form of government. I mean, the government that we have is not categorized.
Well, we have a government that have 3 branches. You could call it whatever. If you don't want to call it a Republican form
It's
of
not what I
government,
want to call it. It is.
I am calling it a Republican form of government.
Yes,
and
but because
we
you do
have
not read
accountability.
a thing called the Federalist
The
Papers that
accountability
tells
comes
you.
from us.
Why are you
We are
speaking
the
over me?
best candidates.
Why are you
And-
speaking over me? Please, let us one at a time. When you speaking, I listen to you. But when I'm speaking, don't speak over me.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Well, now all I'm saying to you is that we have no understanding of what is an unincorporated territory. Just like we do not have any understanding of what a Republican form of government. And that, we have never made it necessary to understand the Federalist Papers so that you could have a good idea what a Republican form of government is and why it is essential that one at-large senator cannot check 14 district senators. We have to have that understanding, and most people that hear me talk this now have no idea what I'm saying. How does an at-large senator check a district senator? They have no idea. That's what I'm talking about. And that's what you find in the Federalist Papers. And that is why, yes, we do not have district senators. We have 2 legislative districts, but 14 district senators. That is unheard of in government anywhere on this planet. That is why I says I have no idea what to call this government. And I did say, and now I will listen to you.
I have an understanding. I can't speak on behalf of anybody, but I have an understanding because I read, and I would recommend to all to make sure you are familiarized with these 5 documents: the U.S. Constitution. All of it is not applicable to us, as well as the U.S. Code, the Revised Organic Act of 1954, the Virgin Islands Code, and Public Law 94-584. Reading is fundamental. Read to exceed. For anybody that have a misunderstanding of what is a Republican form of government, what is representative democracy, what is district senators, at-large senators, I urge them to go and read. Knowledge is power. And lastly, I want to emphasize again, participate in the process. We could make a difference. Every vote counts, and your vote is your voice, and your voice is your vote. Thanks. Have a beautiful afternoon.
Thank you. We got a call awaiting. Thank you so much for your input. Good afternoon. Thank you for your call. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, Mario. This is why I love radio talk or talk radio. because you learn so much. I didn't have a particular subject, but when you mentioned two things a little ago, it engender in my mind what I should talk about.
Okay.
Now, the fact that, and I am taking what you say as gospel, that there are more Rastafari in the island than there are Democrats.
Registered Democrats, yes.
Registered, yes.
Yes.
Registered is the operative word.
Yes.
So then, we should be, the question would be then, why aren't we electing Rastafari? And I would ask this question, is it that we are afraid of the way they look, the religion, the bubble dread on the head? Why do we feel you have to have a suit and tie and maybe a belt?
If I might interrupt at the point of view, you're assuming that Rastafari have offered themselves, as candidates. That has not been the case. That has not been the case. Is that Rastafari is much more religious. The spirituality is what they uphold it, and so that they are withdrawing from the political process, and so that again, matter of fact, as of right now, the only real Rastafari that I know has been in government is Julian Vera. I mean, you have the at-large senator. You've had President Nelson. They're not Rastafari. They just simply have locks on their head, but they're not Rastafari.
Okay. So then the fact that they're more into a religious aspect, they do not want to become involved in.
That's precisely it. They have withdrawn from the political process. Yes.
Okay, so they're withdrawing would do what? Make it better, or what they think they're withdrawing would do?
I wish I could give you, a cogent response to that there, but they feel that Jah will take care of it. Well,
maybe they have a point, but again, I can't mention the exact boss in Mark.
Yeah.
But the Spirit led me to it during COVID.
Yeah.
When the government was locked down, stores closed, everybody prayed. They put a bottle of cloth from your face and you're going to spread this, you're going to spread that, spread the other. And the thing is that, I lost my train of thought.
But the point is that Rastafari, has removed itself from the political process. So that so don't suggest that it is that the electorate, are afraid of them or despise them or whatever. Rastafari has never offered themselves, as a candidate for office.
But maybe if I ask you why not, maybe you wouldn't be able to tell me.
Well, I just did, because they are not concerned with that. The spirituality, tells them in their view, they feel that they're on a higher level, yes. And and we the people are at a loss as a result. We have been able to benefit from the appreciation of the Africanness. They have caused for many, many, many in the Caribbean, matter of fact, across the world, to take a different and much more positive look, at the African physicality. But in terms of the politics, no, they're not involved, don't want any part of it, and that's a shame, and that's the point that I was making.
Okay. So now, you see, it again, this is why I love to operate, because you pulled me back from what I was forgetting. I remember during the COVID, the Spirit led me to this portion of Mark in the Bible. And the words was what they, and I discussed it with scholars and theologians and man in robe and Bishop Carlos and all kind of thing.
Okay.
And if God was saying in so much words, I cannot paraphrase God, he has done different than I and I. What are you all asking me for help for? I gave you a brain. Why don't you go and attempt to solve it? And if you fail, then I would step in. So, and again, I would say that to the Rastafari. If you remove yourself because of religion, and that just won't take care of it, just tell him you to go back and he'll follow you.
Well, unfortunately, that's where we are, and that is why our colonizers are much appreciative of our situation because it increases divisions amongst our population, and this definitely, you know, uh, makes them comfortable that we could never be a united community to form resistance as we used to up until the times of the St. Croix Labor Union. You know, we could be a united force against our oppressors. That doesn't happen anymore. We are just too divided. But you have the last word. You have the last word because
Okay. So hence then, I would say whether it's Republican form, Democratic form, whoever form of government, that's where there's no accountability because it's a one-party system dominantly.
indeed it is. And I thank you for making the point, but that's where we are. That's where we are.
Yeah.
And so that
Yeah.
our colonizers are very comfortable with that. They have no fear of us ever resisting like we used to up to 100 years ago. Thank you so
I
much,
think
Brother Whitaker.
I think it's more than they being comfortable. This is their agenda. This is the way they
Okay,
want it to be.
indeed. But there we are. But we
I
gotta go. We gotta take the break. And hey, we're not going anywhere. We'll be here, and we still expecting around 2 o'clock. We will have Professor Henry, better known in radio world as the physicist, with us. So lick your cream because upside ice cream is just
as
so
well as
good
the
for your
Christian
soul. We're back. And yes, beloved, we got a call hold it, so let's go there. Good afternoon, welcome.
Hey, good afternoon, beloved. How are you doing?
I am old, I am slow, but fortunately, I'm still good to go.
Yeah. We gonna continue with what these good for nothing misleader is presented to the people of Canada or something wrong with them. But folks,
Well, many of the so-called political leadership have no idea what a Republican form of government is, have no idea what checks and balances are, have no idea what the Federalist Papers are about. None.
according to the island of the United States, they are the unincorporated territories.
They don't even know what that is. And all of them, they tell you, they're offering to serve you. Instead of, here we are, a people who were enslaved. Instead of offering leadership,
That's shit. Right.
they are our political leaders in this government. But they're not offering leadership, they're offering service. They want to be our servants. Can you imagine that?
So let me read this to the captain about reading, right? And I'm hoping that the hearing and listening to it too. A powerful Virginia state legislature reacting to Nat Turner's rebellion passionately argued for the mental destruction of the black people of America when he stated the following: pass a surveiller as you will to keep those unfortunate creatures in ignorance. It is in vain unless you can extinguish that spark of intellect which God has given them. So, we have as far as possibly closed every avenue by which light may enter their minds. We only have to go one step further to extinguish the capacity to see the light, and our work will be completed, and they would then be reduced to the level of the beast of the field, and we would be safe.
There you have it.
Henry Barry, Virginia House Delegate, 1832.
There you have it.
Beloved, one thing you mentioned yet, right?
Yeah.
They have not let us even have, bring about something that will sustain these people, which is agriculture.
All right.
They are like beggars to the same slave masters who we've been feeding for centuries and centuries and make rich.
That's right. That's right.
The only thing they could tell me is we don't get money from this way and that place, and who see that money there?
You tell me. You tell me.
Listen, I think the phrase of this legislature, Act 48, 44, because like the phrase it will be loving.
But of course, afraid it, because that is the the letter that you were reading about that other day. Not being able to turn on the light, keep them in darkness.
Yep.
And that is why I said, that's the last leader we had in the legislature. Since then, I mean, these people, they're not offering leadership, they're offering services. They want to serve us. And we said, listen, man, it hasn't been 100 years since we had a high school. It is in the mid-1930s that we had a high school for the first time on this island of St. Croix.
1936, that's what it was?
Thank you.
At least I remember it.
Yeah, but there you are. And this is the point, so that, and to this day, they don't teach us our history. You could go to UVI and you still wouldn't learn what is that unincorporated territory. You still not going to learn why it is that checks and balances are important.
According to the last leader, like you said, we had, right? You mentioned one thing one time, right? So one of these days,
those ships were bringing all that garbage food gay week
Yeah.
might not be able to come here. And it look like these good for nothing still don't want to hear or prepare. You know, and you know, they even scaring the children them more. Because they believe they have to go to the supermarket to get what they need to eat. I want to let them know that I think food that is what you call organically grown is best for the brain. Once you can feed yourself, well, you could make progress. You could have a sustainable economy through food, and we will be better off than what we are right now, begging for funding. Again, we love it.
Don't go too far. Thank you, man.
All right.
All righty. But beloved, that is the point that I was making when I said that when you go to school, you don't go there to be served by the teachers. Teachers teach. They don't offer services to the students. Just like police. The police, they offer service. And they say 24/7. That's what they offer services. But now the political leadership of the community, this is the political leadership, they refuse to lead. They have no visions. They have no plans. And so it is not like they are offering competing versions. This team is offering to do this thing, and this other team is offering to do this other thing, so that we, the electorate, could have an opportunity to compare and decide, well, which vision, which plan we prefer. But that never happens in the Virgin Islands, beloved, because all they do is they're offering services. I mean, I saw, when was it? Sunday. Well, I won't say that, but you would know again, because the posters are all over. And this is a team that wants to go into government houses. And they are offering service with a purpose. Service with a purpose. Another team says they are committed to serve. Beloved, where is the leadership? And that's the point that I am trying to make. There is no gubernatorial team that has a vision to offer, has a plan to offer, to move the Virgin Islands from point A to point B. No, not algo so. So that as terrible as our healthcare situation is, as desperate as our situation is for hospital on St. Croix, does any of these gubernatorial teams offer a plan, a vision that could give us hope? No. And it is unbelievable, beloved, but this is what we have been reduced to. Teams who want to lead us They are going to be our political leadership to be sworn into office in January of 2027. But they have no vision for the people of the Virgin Islands. And that's why I said things like, beloved, go to Complex, go to Central High School, and bring the valedictorian and salutatorians. And listen, beloved, this has absolutely nothing to do with the capabilities of the students. It is the failure of the system. Do you think the valedictorian of the Complex, the valedictorian of Central High School, do you think they can tell you what an unincorporated territory is? And beloved, it has nothing to do with their intellect. Their intellectual capacity has nothing to do with that. What is at fault is the system. They are never exposed to these things. No school system in the Virgin Islands teaches the students what an unincorporated territory is. No. No school system in the Virgin Islands tells the students what a Republican form of government is. Why it is essential that there be checks and balances. Beloved, it doesn't matter how brilliant a student you are, you will still remain ignorant if they don't allow you to be exposed to the information. It is the system that is failing our students. And beloved, again, this goes from the Commissioner of Education and down. I don't know what schools she may have gone to, but beloved, it's the same point. If she has never been exposed to what is a Republican form of government, what is the significance of checks and balances, she has no idea how critically essential this is for students to be exposed to it, to learn about it. That's why, beloved, we could have a system here where we have 15 lawmakers in the legislature. Scarlet 36 for the state of the Virgin Islands. It is made up of one at-large senator and 14 district senators. Beloved, this is the equivalent of the federal government of the United States having a Republican form of government with 10 members of the U.S. Senate, which is the upper house, and 500 members of the House of Representatives, which is the lower house. there would be no checks and balances. There would be no accountability. But yet, that is what we have in the Virgin Islands. And absolutely no one has any understanding of why it is necessary for at-large senators and district senators to be able to check and balance each other. They have no idea. So that we have one at-large senator and 14 district senators. And beloved, again, they have absolutely no idea what Mario is talking about. What difference does it make if we only have one at-large senator? Beloved, they would say things like that. He is supposed to represent St. John. That's why he is an at-large senator. Beloved, again, all they're showing is the ignorance about the system that is called the Republican form of government. And Lord Harry the judge, we we got to be the laughing stock of people in Washington, D.C. But they enjoy it because this means that they, as our colonizers, would never have to worry about us resisting colonization because we have no understanding what it is. We don't know why such a small territory as ours has the highest per capita murder rate in the Caribbean. They have no understanding, none whatsoever. And unfortunately, beloved, this is where we are. And this is the system of government that we well, made ourselves accustomed to. What a thing, what a tralala. Beloved, lick your cream, because Amshang ice cream is just so good for your soul.
To do.
hopefully, ordinarily, make room for Professor Henry. But we miss him, look forward to him. Uh, the boss has not been able to reach him telephonically, and so we have no idea uh, what is taking place, but we will proceed accordingly. Unfortunately, it will not be so much about the Water and Power Authority, because as I have tried to make clear, uh, that is not my expertise, or they would say that's not my wheelhouse. And I know next to nothing about the functioning of well, what produces electricity, what makes it affordable, what makes it reliable. I have to try to understand this from Professor Henry and the many callers who contribute to my understanding of the situation. But, beloved, all I know is what I read. And from what I read, uh, that, beloved, is one of the twin towers that makes us such an odd territory in the Caribbean region, which is, like we said, on the one hand, per capita, the highest murder rate. And on the other hand, beloved, we have the highest electricity rate, not just in the Caribbean, but beloved, very, very possibly, if not the highest, one of the highest electricity rates in the world. That's what I get from my reading. And that is not something that is sustainable. We have known this for decades, generations really, and we have heard of so many wishes, prayers, and sincere hope that, well, things will become more affordable, things will become more reliable. But, beloved, as a caller earlier today says, when we experience as many blackouts as we are experiencing, expect that our rates will go up. And I said, Lord, Harry the judge. If I just got through explaining that we have one of the highest electricity rates in the world, if not the highest in the world. And here you are telling us that we should expect higher rates because that is what generally follows blackouts. And we certainly have been experiencing them. The only thing that I could point to, as if that is any relief at all, is that St. Thomas is in an unenviable situation when it comes to these blackouts. That as many as we have been experiencing, could you imagine, beloved, St. Thomas, the capital, is having it worse than we are. And I have then the comments word for that. It's that bad. But there you have it, beloved. And unfortunately, as many candidates as we have for government house in 2027, I don't know if I ever counted, or did I count them? Forgot about it, or I don't even know. But beloved, we have quite a few candidates vying to become the new incumbent in government house. And well, we were fortunate to host the team of Gregory, was Donald Gregory, and Rodney Moorhead. We were fortunate 2 weeks ago to host them for an hour program. And we're looking forward to hosting others, but then again, we don't have high hopes because, as you, my beloved audience, you very well know that, beloved, candidates for political office don't usually find it convenient to be a guest on this platform. We just don't. And beloved, matter of fact, I think, yes, yeah, Donald Gregory and Rodney Moorhead as Democratic candidates for the nomination at the primary election in August. They might very well be the first, or maybe it's just one of the first, but I can't recall ever hosting Democratic candidates for governor on our platform of information and enlightenment, they tend to, well, conveniently uh, skip, miss out, or just forget that we are on the air and that we have a very capable and intelligent, beloved audience. And matter of fact, this might very well be the reason why uh, we don't get to see them. But anyway, beloved, we intend to proceed and keep hope alive that Professor Michael Henry will be with us well, before it's all over. In the meantime, let me get back to where I started out. Beloved, Armstrong Ice Cream has been with us for 126 years. I think we, without arguing about it, I think we all accept that that is a very long time. 126 years. That is beyond a lifetime. But this is how long Armstrong homemade ice cream has been with us. And it has been unquestionably our favorite just throughout the years. I have never heard, and I invite you to call and tell me if you know of someone who does not like Armstrong ice cream. Well, the issue is that, beloved, ice cream as a dessert is a favorite. People love ice cream for what it is, period. Ice cream. But then, like with other things that deals with our taste, our sense of taste, we all have our choice. And beloved, again, I don't think there's any argument that we are given the choice. We choose Armstrong ice cream over any other. And I'm making this case because I am trying my best to get a fuller, more comprehensive grasp of why it is that as likable as the idea of packaging Amsterdam ice cream is, beloved, we just don't have any well, any proposals from any lawmaker to well do what we so often experience when it comes to well outsiders wanting to take advantage of our very attractive and incentive tax laws that we offer to potential candidates. The last one, if we are familiar with it, it is called Captain Morgan Rum, produced by the Diageo Company. Well, beloved, Puerto Rico had been the home of Captain Morgan and wanted to well, continue embracing Captain Morgan as a corporate entity that produces rum and actually returns what is called a cover over to the government of the Virgin Islands. But hold on, we got a call like Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mario. How are you again?
Again, man. Thank you. Welcome.
Well, I see all the parties, for those that are running for governor,
Yeah.
they had 9 different
It's nine,
groups there.
9 of them. Oh,
I think it was 4 and 4, 4 Democrats and the other 4 independent, or 3 Democrats and the other 5 independent. Something like that, more or less, right?
wait a minute. Are you saying it's 8 of them or 9 of them?
It was 9 of them,
It was 9. 9.
but all of them was running either independent or Democrat.
Okay.
So I see an opportunity that's there, even in Victory 66, when they activate the Eagle,
Yeah.
Money Talk BS1.
Yeah.
So I was just going to share you with that. Beat on the Eagle, Mario.
Again, well, let me see. It's the first Saturday in August. That's the primary election. So only one Democratic team will survive that because only one will gain the nomination in that primary. And then, so it'd be one Democrat against, well, according to your count, you got 3 or 4 independents. And I don't know, because people seem to be so enamored of the Democratic Party that we have experts out here who are just simply saying, well, you don't have to worry with because whoever comes out of the primary election in August with the Democrats, that is your
The
gubernatorial.
governor.
Right,
Right.
that's the winner right there. And I said, Lord Harry, the judge, I mean, is that I mean how much faith we have in the independent candidates, and it seems yes that we do believe that the Virgin Islands electorate has been so conditioned that they don't see anybody other than a Democrat in government house. I said, wow, but that's how they see it.
So who was the first Republican governor? Mario?
The one Dr. Melvin Evans.
Victory 66, correct?
Let me see. Again, no, because see, Dr. Evans was a Democrat. And as a result of its Victory 66, as you're going into, he did not go the way as pretty much everyone who did not go along with the Unity Party taking over the Democratic Party, and they joined into ICM. Well, I don't recall Dr. Evans doing that. And he somehow, again, maybe sensed a political opportunity because at the time you had a Republican administration in Washington. It was the Nixon, administration, and lo and behold, Dr. Evans actually, instead of becoming an ICM, like all them and those who refused to go along with the ICM, I'm sorry, with the Unity Party, Martin Kessel taking over the Democratic Party, he did not join the ICM, but he went Republican. And so, yes, he went from a Democrat to a Republican, and just, I guess, call it luck. But I think it was a political opportunity that he saw there, and the Nixon administration chose him as the last, that's what he turned out to be, the last appointed governor of the Virgin Islands. And then, he would also be end up being the first elected governor. And so the last appointed governor was a Republican, and the first elected governor was a Republican. That was Melvin Evans, but he had been a Democrat.
And I was referring to those two processes, Mario.
Yeah. Okay.
Based on activating the eagle.
I hear you.
And the old money. It looked like it's sitting on there, just collecting dust.
I hear you.
That would just be another way to get rid of this good for nothing leaders and give us the checks and balance that we really need.
Yeah.
But having accountability to want to have that, a better structure within our government and doing the right thing. But it's your galley
it'd be a world of difference if we could, get that accountability in our government. And that's what the reapportionment would allow us to have accountability. But right now, I mean, there's absolutely no accountability when you have, 7 district senators in one district. I mean, where's the accountability? I recall a caller whose home is close to the construction taking place of the Paradise where the new junior high school is being constructed. Well, her home is suffering tremendously because of the dust that the construction creates there. And our children are suffering as a result of it. And again, you see, there's no accountability. There is no one district senator that you could hold responsible for that area. Because anyone that you speak to could tell you, well, I am busy right now with this, that, or the other. Why don't you try? You've got 6 others that you could, try and get some help with. But the fact of the matter is that just this, there is no accountability. And so there's no one senator that we could hold accountable to any area where, well, they have to depend for their reelection. And it's sad, but this is how we live it. And because of the sad state of our school system, our students don't understand the Republican form of government, don't understand the need for accountability and the critical importance of accountability in a Republican form of government that one would like to call a democracy. It's just not there. But again, the politicians could care less because they don't want to have to be accountable. And so it's not like they are going to go out of their way to reapportion the system to make them accountable. They don't want any part of that.
Mario, well, I'll leave with this. Everything truly begins with the way that we think. Yeah? Our thoughts, the way we shape our minds, our everyday experience, the way our life is going. Because they are not the people that influence us. But the reality are there of the human behavior that we get from others. Human conditions that influence the way that we think, the problems that we have in. But the reality is to understand, but having an open mind is the key to understanding how things really and truly work. Having to listen to the good and the bad and see in between them what's wrong. What do we do to move forward? What's wrong? Let's fix it.
We have no choice. We've got to move forward. Forward hours, backward never. And so we don't have a choice. And well, for one thing, that's why I continue to speak to the necessity of Broadband Bill 4844, because again, it will, gives us hope for the future if we could get our students to be exposed to what is the history of this territory of less than 90,000 people. But, well, like I said, it's shameful, and uh, because the Democratic Party has such a grasp, a lockdown, as you could say, on the elections at the Virgin Islands. It's a very, very difficult uh, task that we have on hand to bring some accountability. Uh, well, we have checks and balances, but we don't have a choice. Got to keep at it.
Well, my perfect example, what I see what's going on is how they're treating the house man in St. Croix and the house strap and everything.
Yeah.
You know?
Right. It's shameful, but again, St. Thomas runs things, and right now they and Southland Gaming well, hand in hand they're running things, and they're pretty much not giving the St. Croix Houseman them much of a choice. It's like, you know, this is the situation, take it or leave it.
Yeah. Well, go Spurs, Mario. And for the Spurs myself.
Yes,
Just,
indeed.
I was going to ask you one thing about Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's son. I mean,
Right.
no, I think it wasn't Kareem. It was, Bobo, the young boy, Bobo. He was very he's 7-something, dominating the league. I think he ended up leaving the NBA. They took him to like 3 different teams. He was out of Orlando, I think the last one. And then he's overseas playing, but he was dominant in the league.
Yeah.
He was already doing what the young man is doing on the Spurs.
Yeah.
They kind of forced him out, Mario.
Right. The politics are big business, you said.
Ain't that something?
Yes, indeed.
But I was wondering if I was sharing it with you if you remember that story, if you see that in
Again, not as well as you presented it, because again, I don't have the TV, and I'm not as up to date as I should be.
Right. But that would have been a really good 2000, boy. Whew, that would have been
Imagine
some
that,
dominant there.
Imagine that, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, I'll leave on that note, Mario. Be blessed.
Thank
Go
you for
Spurs.
your input, man. Thank you much. Alrighty.
The Eagle.
Yes, I.
Yeah, man.
Yes, beloved. Well, the one thing that I could always come back to is why is it that of all the contenders we have for political office here this year, how is it that even though everyone that I have spoken to, they all say, hey, yes, I agree. You know, it'd be a great thing to have some ice cream package. But at the same time, beloved, not a one of them will take the initiative. Not a one. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. No long time. Glad to hear your voice. You're still holding up the tree. Give thanks, blessings. I
Welcome
want
to
to say
you.
this to you. It's going to be odd, okay?
Okay. I'm prepared
I
for
wanted
it.
to ask you. I'm probably Johnny come lately on it anyway. And I was looking at this movie, and I had to keep looking at it and looking at it. And I can't finish look at it. It's and you probably know about it. It's Lawman Bass Reed. It's about this slave that back in the 18-something in Arkansas, and he was supposed to fight with the Confederate Army as part of his to get part of his freedom, and then he ended up working for the slave master. He was very smart. He could read, and he went through the changes of having to see his own people in chains, but at the same time he was in the military for the Confederate Army.
Yeah.
Then also when they got him to be like a token to fight to get in with the Indians because they felt with the Seminoles because the Indians thought he was Seminole.
Yes.
So the white people thought he was Seminole, and the Indians thought he was Seminole. So they know that they will adapt to African black man versus quicker than they would to the European man.
Yeah.
And they said that was they had a movie out, and one of our home people from home was saying that was the beginning of the Lone Black Ranger, and the Lone Ranger was a story that depicted off of that story. So I don't know if you know it. It's on Netflix now, but it kind of blew my mind because what is happening right now with the voting rights, the liberties, the Supreme Court, the AI, the mentality of the token African or the black male.
Yeah.
Just because the color is black, that don't mean that they are part of what you are.
Yeah.
You know? So it's what it is. We know what we got right now, and you can respect what's coming down because it's not hidden. They tell you what they are about. So it's in practice right now. But all these protests that say we're not going to go back, if they see that picture, how you will never say you're not going to go back because you couldn't even take a second of what happened back that time. I mean, it was cold-blooded.
I hear you.
So I don't know if you saw it or what, but it has 8 episodes to it, and I was able to draw what is, it may be so many years back, but then you look at what we got now current and everything, Supreme Court, it's like, what you call it? Like when you surround, you don't got everything right now. And we steadily going along, like what you're talking about, like, oh, la, 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 la.
Yeah.
It ain't really nothing. This is serious.
Well, but as you also making us aware, it is serious, but we're not aware of it. We're ignorant. And see, and then somebody like me, I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know this movie that you're speaking to. And you say you have different. So I guess it's a series.
It started out in Arkansas around the 1800s, 1840 something.
Yeah.
But it's called Lawman Bass Reeves, and they wanted him to get to the point to be a U.S. Marshal.
Yeah.
But the Europeans say like, ain't no way that how you got no way no black man is supposed to be a U.S. Marshal.
Yeah.
Ain't no way no black man is supposed to be reading the Bible because the stars is for the white people, but the black space in the sky means that you're nothing, you're not going anywhere.
Right.
So ain't no sense about worrying about the Bible.
Yeah.
I mean, it just cold-blooded said it.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying it blew my mind because, you look at what we got, what's happening now, and they say protesting, oh, we're not going to go back. You can't say that when you see this here.
Right.
This is real. It's real with your children, with this AI thing, the children with no common sense, no education, you're not supposed to.
Yeah.
So the people that really died, or your ancestors, you don't have no respect for that because Lord knows you couldn't eat what they took.
Yeah.
You couldn't stand a second of it. So I was just saying that I hope it's on Netflix, and I hope that they get a chance to see. It's called Lawman Bass Reeves, not the movie, the episode, and it's cold-blooded.
I hear you.
So I just wanted to bring that up because I was so sick and upset and so everything. But
I feel you for just how you explain it. I feel you, yes.
Yeah, it's just like we're going along right now. La la. Man, when you see that right there.
Well, but it speaks to our situation here. And a lot of what we've been talking about this very afternoon is that, uh, you know, we are not aware of our situation. We do not know how our government is structured to keep us in ignorance. And our school system uh, is not prepared to educate us so that, like how you speak it here, uh, we will have no idea of how these things came to be because, well, it doesn't matter how good a student you are in school. If they don't teach you these things, if they don't expose you these things, you remain ignorant and you don't know.
Exactly.
And you don't know. And
Exactly.
they take advantage of you. You don't know.
And it's not. This ain't no joke.
Yeah.
This what we get. This 360 degrees turnaround or whatever.
Yeah.
It ain't nothing to play with.
Yeah.
It ain't no joke. I keep saying that.
Yeah.
If something like that blew my mind, it makes you wanna your insides like projectile vomit.
Yeah.
Because you have no, and then you got the people marching up and down. Oh yeah, we ain't going back. Oh yeah, it's already here.
Yeah. Yeah. It's already here.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So it's just the awareness. If they're aware of this, like maybe they may do something, or maybe your inside might turn something out. Maybe you may be frightened, but emotion's gonna show.
Yeah.
Emotion's it's gonna because it's happening. It is happening. It's real.
I hear
The
you.
killing ain't start yet. Some of the killing start. But the real deal thing, and you talk about you ain't going back. Well, baby, you there. So I would hope that you see that. But one thing you could say, whatever this was portrayed, what this man said, what he said is real, and he ain't hiding behind no curtail about it. It is real.
I hear
The
you.
courts are tied up. The schools are messed up. AI is messing with the children. You can't even control your kids. Kids fighting their parents. We fighting among each other. People can't even come out in red states or wherever to vote because that's cornered. You know?
Yeah.
All the liberties that you had, you know what I'm talking about. They struck that down.
Yeah.
So if they, like you keep saying, if you know what the people died for, not just got lynched or whatever. I mean, cold-blooded back in the seriously. And you saw your people, and it included the Indians. You wake up. I mean, my eyes must be popped out. You know, but my inside was sick. I was emotional, but I got a little scared too because I could relate it to the time now.
Yes. Yes.
You know, so I look at that 360 right there. You see what I'm saying?
Yes. Yes.
So when I be emotional and I said it to you, I hope somebody can look. It's called Lawman, AASS, Reeves, Reeves. It's on Netflix, and it's the 8 episodes of it.
Yeah.
I done, sir. I love
You have done your duty for the day. I'll tell you that.
well, I'm just gonna pray, huh? Because we're supposed to go nowhere, right?
Yeah, that's right.
We're supposed to go in that dark part of the stars,
Yes.
and the stars are for the other people, you know?
I hear you.
So that's why we're so far right there because it stated it was cold-blooded in the episode,
Yes.
okay?
Yes.
So it's 8 episodes, so I'm going to continue finishing it tonight, you know, watching the rest of it because I keep playing it over and over and over. And I can relate it to times right now. But one thing I'm going to always respect my ancestors because in no way in the hell we could go do that.
Right.
No way, Papa. Oh, no way.
Well,
So I asked my little, what you call it, your soapbox or whatever.
well,
You know,
again,
but
on behalf
say
of my
so.
beloved audience, I am thanking you for alerting us to it. I don't have the TV, so I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm sure that all my beloved audience are probably right now as we speaking, they're researching it, and thanks to you, you know,
Yeah.
we
You
have
got the movie and you got the episode, but it's the episode you need to look at.
yeah.
It's the episode because the movie a little bit more sweeter.
I hear you.
You know, the episode just raw, cold blooded.
I hear you. I hear you.
You know, so I give thanks for you giving me the opportunity and for Josh giving me the opportunity to get me to speak to
That's
you.
why we
And
hear
I'm on,
information and enlightenment.
well, listening to you, I got to say, and by being home, by you being part of my mentor, you being my mentor, the strength is still there. I'm gonna say like you. I'm up in age, but I'm good to go. My mental alertness is still here.
Thank you. Be well. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Blessing and blessing on purpose. Okay.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Bless.
How about that, beloved? But again, Christy, and it's information and enlightenment. What we try to offer on this platform here, and now, well, beloved, how so many of our people and people who are in positions of power to be able to make change, are just not taking the opportunity to inform themselves, to enlighten themselves, and to hopefully share the information with their own people. But beloved, that's the conversation we've been having off and on this afternoon here as we talk about yes, everybody loves offshore ice cream, and it would be an earth shattering experience if offshore ice cream was to be packaged, because as we know, it's that good. And if it was packaged and therefore available wherever ice cream is, beloved, who knows how impactful it will become. And yes, well, I'm just thinking in terms of it dominating the ice cream market on St. Croix. But that might just be the beginning, because the same way how can dominate the ice cream market on St. Croix, why couldn't it dominate the ice cream market at St. Thomas and St. John? Why not? And then why can't we export it to the States, especially communities that have a lot of Caribbean migrants? And so, but the fact is that, beloved, we have so many opportunities, and we just haven't availed ourselves of them because we are just ignorant of the power that we have at hand, like conversation I had earlier when we spoke to Rastafari, that there are more Rastafari in the Virgin Islands than we have registered Democrats. Now think about that. Think about that. Yes, Rastafari is much more plentiful than registered Democrats, which means that if Rastafari were to become registered voters and they decided to, well, run for office. And don't you see, there's more than enough of them to bring about a complete change in our government. But it won't happen. Will never happen because Rastafari is not interested in the politics or the power that the numbers give them over any other group. Right now, Democrats are prevailing, the biggest group. But that's what I'm saying is that right here in our community, Rastafari are the largest numbers, but they are not interested. They simply are. And, well, what can I say other than that? Beloved, us not knowing makes all the difference in the world. And we have had to come up with that reality that yes, would you believe that right here in this community, good, good afternoon.
Yeah, Mario, I just tuned back in. Is Mr. Henry there now?
Again, we have not heard from him. The boss has been trying to reach him, if not, and we hope that again, when things are happening here, that nothing has happened to him, but we have been able to reach him, and we have not heard. We're expecting him for 2 o'clock. We did not hear from him, did not see him, and can't give you any information. We don't know. Don't know what happened.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, if I may,
Yes, please go ahead.
Earlier this afternoon when we spoke,
Uh,
and I had made a misstatement that because I thought the Rastafari had fought for themselves,
no, no,
but
no,
because of the religion they did not.
no, no. Right.
Right.
We have never had, Rastafari candidate other than the one we have now, which is Julian Vera. He is a Rastafari and he is running for office. But then again, if the Rastafari are not registered to vote, it's not like he can depend on his fellow Rastafari because they don't want to get involved. And so
Yeah.
then we have the situation that you are describing, which is will our electorate support a Rastafari candidate? And you offer things like, are they afraid of them and this, that? Well, again, I don't know. But yes, Julian Vera is a Rastafari and he is a candidate. I support him. And I don't know what our electorate as a whole is going to do about it. But I can tell you, Rastafari, they have the numbers, but they are not involved. And at this point, they do not care to get involved.
Okay. And I myself is supporting Julian. The only thing I can do for him is vote. I'll have to cancel registration, then stay aside and go back and re-register, which maybe the time is already passed. I don't know. to be able to cast a ballot for him.
Yeah.
But yes, he's one that I'm supporting. But let me tell you the reason I had say maybe, and that was my thinking, that they were afraid of them for whatever reasons. And I don't see no reason to be afraid of them. Not because I wear my hair a certain way, not because I'm in the farm and digging the ground. If that's any reason you should support me, because I'm promoting farming.
Right.
But, and just recently, it's funny how things have present themselves. Just recently, I went to a neighborhood school meeting. I attend all these meetings with schools and this and that and neighborhood watch and all kind of things. And one of the speakers was a young black Rastafari lady from Mississippi. And the grumbling with some people text to me. How could she be educated as she says she is? Look how she got her. Look what she don't wear regular clothes like we. What she don't press her hair. If that's why we're afraid of them, there's some of the most educated people, Mario.
Again, I wish I could have, but I am at a loss. All I can tell you is that, the spiritual guidance, steers them away from involvement in the politics of the day, and they just see it as a corrupt system that holds absolutely nothing for the Rastafari community. And I tried for over a year. Had a Saturday program that I used to have, but matter of fact, it wasn't because it was well received that we were doing, but unfortunately, it was on the FM, and the system was not geared for talk shows, and we had a lot of problems with the communication. But again, that was my attempt to reach out to Rastafari, and again, this is what it came down to: is that the spirituality does not allow for them to embrace any kind of political awareness that would involve them in the change that the community so desperately needs. And it's a shame, but that's the reality.
Yeah, Mario, I'm hearing you, and you probably know more of the way they think and that than myself, because you're closer to that consciousness. However, if I want to dismantle and broke down a system, I'm going to get in it and mash it up.
Yeah.
I mean, that's me. I don't know. Some people say I'm too violent and this kind of thing about me. But I don't know what else to say.
I don't know. I wish I had, a simple, direct, cogent explanation that I could give you. But all I can tell you is that this spirituality, is what they that's what they embrace, and and again that's where they are. And
Okay.
even though you try to explain to them, well, like, well, is it Imperial Majesty Selassie the first was involved. I mean, he appealed to the League of Nations, to help him when the Italians invaded Ethiopia. But again, it doesn't move them. It does not move them.
I see. But it still continues to make me wonder why then the positive Nelson and the Bobo Dread boy, the Bolkes, why did they get into it only to look just to say they got a job and they're making money? I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
I don't either. But again, they would tell you they are Rastafari, but well, uh, you tell me. But they certainly don't make any appeal to the Rastafari community, and they were not successful because the Rastafari community accepted them and supported them. Non tago sa. But well, we're at the top of the hour, so beloved, we will just want you to lick your cream because I'm sure ice cream is just so good for your soul. We're back, beloved, and well, let's hear from the good professor. Good afternoon to you. Hello,
Hello?
hello, professor.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
You can hear me?
I hear you, yes, but
Okay.
are you hearing me?
Remember, don't,
yes, I am.
okay, yeah. Remember, don't listen to the radio. It's a couple seconds behind.
Right. Yeah, I'm on the phone.
Well, we were expected to hear from you earlier.
No, I had another prior engagement. Actually, I was teaching children at the Territorial Court Rising Star Orchestra Summer Camp, introducing them to robotics. Trying to get as many young people, introduce as many young people as I can, because that is the future, robotics and AI. And so we got to get our people, more of our people into it. So I've been, for a while now, been introducing young people to it. I think I'm on about 550 so far, young people that I've introduced to robotics and automation.
Well, we congratulate you. I just we weren't aware of it. We just, unfortunately, were
Yeah,
broadcasting, having our audience expecting you at 2 o'clock, and we didn't know.
I think Josh might have forgotten, but I did. After I left the program on Tuesday, that's when the time got set. I didn't know what day it was going to be, and
no, but that's all. We're congratulating you for your accomplishment with the robotics.
Thanks. It's a necessary thing. We're going to need people here. It's called, electric car, it's a robot. Drones, robots. We're going to need people in our community that know how to deal with these things.
Okay.
No matter how we feel about it, it's here and it's going to increase.
I hear you. Well, again, certainly not my field, but I clearly understand what you're saying. And, we cannot stop the future.
No. And I know a lot of people are afraid of AI, but we've had something similar. Computers came in and took away people's jobs. And so what did people do? They learned how to fix or program computers. So it takes away jobs, but it also opens up jobs. And you just have to train yourself. And even our favorite topic, Whopper. Whopper does automation. A lot of their stuff is on Mac. That is basically taking a robot and spreading it over a factory. So we, in all aspects of our lives, even when you don't even realize it, is necessary.
All right. Well, might I be so bold as to ask you if you would have any time for next week, Tuesday?
Well, it's going to be a similar thing. I'm going to be doing this for the next 2 weeks. So the next 2 Tuesdays, I'm going to have to come in either around time or after I could come in on my phone around this time or after your history question. Usually that ends around 4 and you have about a half an hour after that. So either I could do it around this time or unfortunately, I can't change their schedule.
I hear you. All right.
So,
well, we're congratulating you for your accomplishments, and we don't want to take you over. We are willing to share.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. And I said it's only for a couple more weeks, and then should be back to normal. So, but I did look up. Last time you asked the question about it was a side topic about marijuana and how much might be passed into the Virgin Islands, and so I told you I'll make an effort to try to find out. I didn't get that answer. Nowhere had any numbers, but they did have numbers from how much marijuana goes from Jamaica to Bermuda, not Bermuda, Bahamas, to the Bahamas, and they were talking about 1,000 to 3,000 pounds. So so that's why when you were saying 5,000, I was telling you that I don't think it was going to be that much. And judging, there's of course going to be more marijuana going from Jamaica to the Bahamas into the U.S. than from anywhere to the BI in the U.S. So I would be guessing that it's less than 1,000 pounds. But I know that it was happening because I saw the news stories. I pay attention to the news. I saw stories in the past, and I know that it has changed. Before it was marijuana being exported. Now it's something. The other thing you can also look at, and the change happened around the same time. Remember they used to have those helicopter raids on St. Croix and St. Thomas, and they would confiscate marijuana? When was the last time you heard of one of those?
I don't know.
It ended around the same time that they started to have police reports of marijuana being going into the Caribbean to this high THC marijuana that it was grown largely in, at first, Amsterdam and California, what's that place? Amsterdam and Afghanistan. But then we started growing it indoors in California. And that's where you'll see people being caught either coming from California or coming from Miami and Atlanta, where the stuff originated in California. So things have changed.
All right. Well, okay. That's informative.
Right. And another interesting thing happened. I think it was on the Saturday. There's one before. I don't think I mentioned it. So, what's his name? Carl Knight, the CEO of WAPA, and the flag, the energy director was on Abdul Ali's show, not this Saturday, but last week Saturday. I didn't catch the whole thing. I caught it maybe, I'm guessing halfway through. So, one of the WAPA.
I think we lost you. Unfortunately, we lost you.
Oh?
I don't know.
I can hear you.
Well, okay, well, continue then, continue.
Okay. So he said the two big agencies were waste management and the hospitals. And that's significant because waste management is the one that I'm saying that they have this sitting on a mountain of fuel, renewable fuel, because their waste is going to continue to get waste. And so they have the ability to power them. And they can power their pumps and still have energy left over to sell to WAPA at a reasonable rate that will lower our rate. And the hospital laws, they have mental waste.
They're breaking up on us. And I don't know. But right now, we're not hearing you at all. I don't know. But at any rate, well, thank you for trying. And what can I say other than, congratulations on your robotic classes with the rising stars, young people, and well, hopefully it works out. Hopefully it does. But right now, beloved, we are having problems with the telephone. And I don't know what else to say other than well, nobody's there. But we are just about 10 minutes away from our crucial history question today. And I see beautiful Aisha coming off stage on the left, and she's prepared to take her position center stage. And so that is what we will have to be focusing on at this point. But beloved, I don't know what to say about Professor Michael Henry, other than that wherever he was using the phone, well, we all experience it. It was not working out. And it came to the point where we completely lost him. And so here we are. And I guess for the next, well, they say for the next couple of weeks, we uh, are not going to be having his services because, well, there's a conflict. Time of the program is the time, same time when he's instructing the young people in Rising Stars about robotics. So, well, we're trying to do the best we can with it. Let's try this. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Hello, you can hear me?
Uh, again, uh,
How about now?
yes, we heard you. We heard you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So I'll say that the job one already knows what they stuff.
I don't know. This,
Yeah, bad service.
I don't think it's not working out. Hmm. It's not working out, and again, but like you say, well, we tried, but all we can do at this point here is to congratulate the professor for his work with the young people of the Rising Stars Orchestra. And yes, I agree that AI and robotics is definitely the future. And there's nothing we can do about that other than to embrace it, try to understand it, and try our best to make it work for us. Other than that, I don't know. I really don't know because I am I am not computer savvy. I don't have any television, uh, and so the robotics and the AI, I understand it from what I read, but I have no applications for it, and I don't expect to be able to make use of AI and robotics in the near future. Uh, if I can work computers, beloved, how could I expect to, well, be be efficient, be proficient really on this AI and robotics thing. I am at a total loss, beloved, and I am open to be enlightened, informed, and educated about it because I know next to nothing. I'm one of those old-fashioned people, and used to turning pages. So I read books and I turn pages, and that is not part of the world that is, well, leaving me on the outside trying to look in because uh, so much of it I don't understand, like the color that was talking about Netflix. Uh, again, I have only read about it, heard about Netflix, but I don't have it, so uh, I don't know what to say other than beloved. I hope it does not prevent me from learning, and that is what I will try to do if the likes of Professor Henry will come along and explain it to me, because I don't know, like, what is the difference between robotics and AI? AI is artificial intelligence. Yes, yes. Robotics is what? Using artificial intelligence to, well, do things with robots. That's what robotics is. I don't know. I certainly don't know. But beloved, we are just 3 minutes away from. Oh no, okay. Uh, we do a quick one here. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Hey, Mario. Hey, I'm calling back again. You're talking about robotics. I had the opportunity, I don't know if you've ever had the opportunity to go into a Tesla car.
No, I've never.
Okay, so I did some work for somebody and they came by and they, paid me and they had a Tesla car and they said, you want to come with me? Well, he got into the car and he programmed his address in, programmed a coffee place, and took his hands off the steering wheel, off the pedal, and he took him to the coffee place and his home without touching the pedal or the steering wheel.
Impressive.
This is like living in the Jetson world.
I guess so. But again, I imagine that this is what the future holds, what everybody is telling me. And, you know, I'm like everybody else. I've got to try to adapt to it, but I don't know how. I don't know how.
Well, I know California, I think it's 2030, I think they outlaw all gas vehicles and go strictly with electric vehicles.
How about that? Well, I don't know if I'll be around to see it, but the future is coming.
You didn't hear.
The future is here. Okay. Thank you so much. But right now
Right,
we are going.
I know you gotta go.
Yes. But thank you for the information. Thank you much. Alrighty. And so, beloved, yes, we are going to take our final break and we come back with our Crucian history question for the day. Beautiful Aisha is ready. I hope you are. So lick your cream, beloved, because Armstrong ice cream is just so good for your soul. Back beloved, and we hope you are ready because we are. And so,
Yes.
beloved, this is an easy one. At least I hope it is for you. It's straightforward. And beloved, here is your history question for today. As I think we all know, in 1917, the Danish West Indies became the Virgin Islands of the United States of America, meaning that uh, March March 31st, 1917, it was uh, the Danish flag was lowered and the United States flag was raised, and we became the unincorporated territory of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Here is the question, beloved. What was the population of the island of St. Croix when the United States took over from Denmark? We want to hear what was the population of the island of St. Croix, not the Virgin Islands. As you know, this Virgin Islands could be a whole different thing, but we are dealing with the crucial history question. So we want to know what was the population of the island of St. Croix, the 84 square mile island of St. Croix. What was its population when it became the unincorporated territory of the Virgin Islands of the United States of America? What was the population? Tell me. You think you know? Well, tell me, beloved. You know, maybe you could find out the answer on the internet, but whatever it is, I want to hear what is the thing. Good afternoon. What was the population of St. Croix?
This is an easy one, so let me see. I think it was something like maybe 42,000.
Maybe 42,000. Well, I won't say maybe. I will just say weed and come again. Yes, it was not 42,000. All right, so what was the population of the island of St. Croix? Not the Virgin Island, just the island of St. Croix. What was the population of the 82 square mile island of St. Croix? Good afternoon. We're looking for a number.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mohammed. I'm going to give you 14,900.
Ah, yeah.
Actually, I'll give you 14,901.
14,901. Beloved, what am I going to say other than that? You are the scholar of the day, but then again, you have been a scholar here only too often, and you would tell me what is your secret. But again, maybe it's the internet. But beloved, we've got a winner. 14,901. I would have accepted, I was prepared to accept 14,000 or 15,000. I was prepared to accept either one, but scholar that you are, you give me a precise number from the Bureau of the Census of the United States. And that was published November 1st, 1917. And I don't know, but you clearly have the information from the Bureau of the Census. So again, can we get your official name one more time, Mr. Deland?
Clifford Deland.
Yes, Mr. Deland.
Mm-hmm.
And it's still rum raisin, Mr. Deland?
Still rum raisin.
Still rum raisin. And beloved, I can't blame him for, because if he told us, it will no longer be a secret. It's only a secret as long as nobody knows. So, Mr. Deland, I respect you, you understand? And I dignify you as our scholar on this program, and you are to be the Commissioner of Education for the Virgin Islands. Will be so much better off. But congratulations to you, Mr. Deland. And you really outdid yourself today. You really outdid yourself today. You gave me the numbers. He said 14,901. And I said, Lord Harry, the judge, this man is right there with the Bureau of the United States Census. Congratulations to you. One more time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. What do you say to that, beloved? What do you say to that? Oh, my Lord. See. Wrong reason. I'm sorry, I was writing and forget that I'm supposed to be on the air. But, beloved, yes, sir. Would you believe that the population of the island of St. Croix was, and I was saving for another time to ask him but he would know. He knows that, and I don't know how I'm going to get around Mr. Clifford Deland, because he would also know, how many white people were on the island of St. Croix at that time. But he would know, so here we have it. Beloved, 14,901. That is or was the population of the island of St. Croix when it became, part of the unincorporated territory of the Virgin Islands of the United States of America. Clifford Deland. What can I tell you, beloved? I didn't think you would know that because, the Bureau of the Census wasn't easy to get, but clearly he has his ways of doing this. How he does it, I do not know. It's his secret, and he's not about to share his secret. And I am sincerely impacted by his scholarly approach to this whole thing and how he just so hmm, well readily has the information. And maybe one day I would find out because as I have a son, a younger son. I have two sons, and the younger son is, pretty computer savvy too. And I asked him, he says, well, it's all about how you ask the question of the internet. You have to be able to ask the question properly to get the information that you want. And so maybe that's my problem is I don't know how to do that. But there you have it, beloved. And so beautiful Aisha is going to compliment Mr. Clefin Dylan with a full quart of Amsham rum raisin ice cream. What I think. So let me get right back to the same thing again, beloved. Why is it such a well-received, popular item as Amsham ice cream that everybody agreed? Everybody agreed. Yes, man, that would be the thing there. If you could package Amsham ice cream, that would be it. And yet, beloved, we cannot get, well, first we thought it would be Senator Kenny Gittins because we actually did speak to him and he was, all for it. But whereas he became the not just the co-sponsor, he was the who proposed the resolution honoring the Armstrong family for the Armstrong ice cream. But I thought that he would follow up on it and actually look into what it would take to get Armstrong ice cream packaged. But didn't work out, beloved. We're looking forward to him having us sit down with the CEO of Armstrong Ice Cream, Mr. Cedric Armstrong. But the senator, I suppose, was otherwise preoccupied. Well, let's see what's going on here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir, and not meaning to blow up your phone or your line.
Please, no, you're very welcome. That's what the platform is. That's what the platform is for. So feel welcome.
And I thank you. I want to say this. AI versus deductive reasoning, common sense.
Yeah.
Okay, with the world going more towards AI, which it is, but this was a lit reasoning on the part of where I'm at.
Okay.
And you have that what's going to happen to the people that have deductive reason and common sense. I'm like the bridge in communication between, because you got the AI sense of doing things, which It's not in it, but it don't have. You can't teach common sense. So is common sense going to be absolute? I mean,
but may I ask? I mean, it might be a stupid question, but then again, bear with me. Uh, why do you say that common sense would disappear?
that's
Why?
what I'm asking.
Why is that? What's going to happen to common sense?
Because it seemed like you can't teach common sense. And basically, when you're dealing with people that just AI, they run to the computer, not anything about the test questions and stuff. This is not in relation to that. But overall functioning of your daily life, everybody runs to AI. AI has a disclaimer that everything they're saying, just breaking it down, this is what we were reasoning about the debate up here, that all the answers might not be right, so they need to go farther into more and check it. But you don't have encyclopedias anymore. People don't read anymore. So you go to AI to tell you how to take a splinter out your foot, or how to take a nail, and just stuff that simple stuff that is common sense. So if they're going to be this bridge, when I say obsolete, between the people or some that have, you got to have some common sense. AI world is basically, to me, I'm from dealing with the people, they got the tongue of AI, TONGUE of AI. So if it said like, okay, that's fine, you got that, now show me your work, then they lost. Because AI can't show you your work. You got to know how to take it down from the AI level to showing it to a different level. That's where the laws come in, where your brain cells ain't know how to do deductive reasoning, because it took that away. Do you see what I'm saying?
I'm trying to follow, and it's scary what you say here. It's like
No, you basically around this kind of thing. So it's like you're talking to somebody, but it's a robot, or it's like it sounds like a machine world. Okay, you deal with a machine world. So the answers that you get is from a machine world. So when you're trying to communicate, you can't communicate on a common sense level. So what happened to that deductive common sense of knowing things versus, well, let me go check, because AI don't got you trained to think that robotic mentality. You know what I'm saying? It takes away that. It takes away that part of the brain that comes in with that type of common reasoning. It's not common like a common man, but things that you were inborn, bred with, born with, to use. And that's part of what you say education coming too. But still, at the same point, you look at the education that's portrayed and given to you out there. So everything is based on AI, which to me, it's okay to look for some stuff that you need for quick reference, but practicality, you got to keep running to that for common things that you're doing. It's kind of crazy. So common sense is going to just disappear. It's like it's a bridge in communication on how to approach tasks.
I need to ask, and I'm hesitant because I just don't know, but so I need to ask it. Is there something that you have to learn before you can apply this AI? I mean, how do you use it?
That's what I'm saying. And that's what I was asking. You can't teach common sense, but you could teach AI.
Wow.
I mean, that's a big that's the debate that we're dealing with. Practical applications. What what's surrounding the big debate we have in the big conference room and that type of stuff. Because the communication is bridged. It's not together. It don't gel, you know. But it's the same, doing the same thing towards the same thing or task. But when you take away, well, I'm not going to look how AI tell me to do it. I know how to do this with application. You use your own sense. If you got a splinter in your foot, you know how to take something to get it out. You don't have to go to AI to tell you, well, step 1, step 2, step 3. You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying, but I don't see how it is when you say you don't have to go to AI to do it. Where do you go to AI? Where is AI? When you say you got to go to AI, where are you going?
Okay, where I'm going with this is that for common practical thinking, okay? If you're thirsty, you know to drink water. Okay? In this debate here, the way that the thing is trained and the way that I'm seeing, it might not be everywhere. Let me see what AI say you got to do it, to drink water because you're thirsty.
Yes, but again, what I am trying to find out for you, how do you get to ask AI? Like, here I am, you know, all right. How do I get to ask AI that question?
A lot from what I've seen and been around, every simple task or everything it's being applied to. You know how you get the phone? How do I drink water, or how do you go about simple? There's certain things that it asks. That's just common sense things. I'm not just making an example with this water thing I'm making. With common sense, if your body thirsty, you know to drink water, you know, or whatever it is to quench that thirst. But you don't have to. The way that it's trained right now, well, where I'm at, go get on the artificial intelligence thing and ask how to do it. It's no more. Let me go. It's no more it's no more of that. I saw that in practical things, and it's dangerous. It's dangerous because I see how you wonder. I see a lot of death. Okay, because there's none of that. And by the time you're looking in AR, time is ticking away. I'm just talking from that, and I'm stammering from it because that was the big conference debate that we had. Simple things that had to be answered, simple tasks that should have been known. Just take away the stuff. Why would you have to go to AI to give you common sense? That's all I'm saying.
And I'm just asking, where you say you just said, okay, I'm going to have to go to AI to find out. I'm asking, well, where do you find AI? When you say you're going to AI, where are you going? Where is AI?
Where I'm going with that is just okay. You know how we used to find out things from encyclopedia and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But we also know how to apply our common sense, break it down to our own way. We don't just run with what a computer. You know how to the rationale behind it. That's the word. The rationale. What's the rationale? What is your rationale? That's where your common deductive things should come in. That's where questions should be asked, not just theory. What is the rationale behind whatever it is? It's got to be a rationale. That's where common sense comes in. It cannot be just by what the computer did. What's the rationale? Sometimes the computer will tell you its rationale, but what they want to know, what is yours? Not what the computer tell you. What is yours? What did you get out of it? You see what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
You used to teach us like that. We couldn't come and tell you anything from what we just read. You used to drill us. We couldn't come with you with no just that. You want to know how we know? You know? So that's why I'm saying that's where that other part of the brain come in on deductive reasoning, because it's important. And when you lose that, you might as well be a walk. I don't know. You know what I mean? I'm not going to knock nobody on that. And we got some geniuses out there. We got some geniuses. We got a lot of geniuses. But when it comes to practical or deductive reasoning, totally lost. Just like you got some of us can do the AI, whatever, Anybody allowed to go on and do the AI knowledge because that's the way the world moving towards right now. But you can't take away your common sense. You just can't. I don't think nobody can just go without common sense. Do you see what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
I know it's kind of hard to bring it to you, but this is what we cross the table here in the conference and things that we got this big debate on, you know? And we finding that a lot of errors and a lot of stuff is when you're faced with a complicated task, you can't apply. You can't apply applications. So that's why I said what I was saying is common sense and deductive reasoning going to be obsolete, because right now it's not a communication between tasks or entities in certain professions, and that's why I was asking if it's going to become obsolete, and that's why it was my question to that. And I know you can't answer everything, you know, and nobody has the knowledge and everything. And I miss the professor not trying to put in just some answers, because we got a big debate. We got a big problem dealing with this year, and teaching and working and getting the brain cells to function with common sense, okay, on the other part of the brain. So I just have to bring this to you to ask, but I missed the guy. Thank you for the information on the population on the, I noticed you said 82 square miles instead of 84.
I said, well, my bad.
Sir?
My bad.
Oh, is it 84 or 82?
It's 84 square miles.
Oh, okay, I think you said 82, so I was wondering, you know, if certain parts wasn't taken up or whatever.
No.
Not trying to solve, just listening intently, you know?
Yes.
You're right. So thank you for giving me this moment here, and maybe I'll be able to, I don't know, I'm writing down my stuff as we go through this debate thing here and the conference thing with these things, but I get to find out more as the man that's pretty big with the physics and the AI that speaks, that's his area.
Yes.
And get a chance to see if it's a way I can bridge some of this stuff for communicative purposes where I'm at.
Thank you. Thank you so very much.
And thank you for being one of my mentors, okay? Thank you so much. I give so much thanks.
Right.
Blessed.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So I have some place where I think the internet on the cell phone service is more stable.
Yes, we can. Yes. This is a stable call.
So, yeah. So you were asking about AI. AI is basically where you get it is from the internet. AI is basically an extension of like Google search engines and Bing search engines. It's that you're connected to a much bigger database. They build these AI centers, which are huge and take a lot of energy to cool, because you have to cool the computer chips or they'll burn up. Because they work by electricity, and you know, electricity makes things hot, and you have them. So don't cool them. They basically will ignite, and you won't have a data center anymore. So this is about taking up a lot of water resources in the places that they are to cool the systems. And so different places are made in our opposite. And the thing is, they're inferior to the human brain. The computers mimic the human brain, but they're man-made. And what we find is anything man-made, if God made something that does that, it's superior to that. So the human eyesight is superior to any detector you can have in the visible range. Now, if you're talking about infrared or UV, which we can't see, then of course, the detector is better. But if you're talking about a visible range, there's no detector in the visible range better than the human eye. The human brain also is real powerful. They said like a baker a lot of for instance, the power. No robot can do that. So AI do a lot of things, and a lot of jobs don't take a lot of thinking. AI and can do it. And I said, well, it's a computer system. You store information, so you store things like what is kind of look, and you have to put in all angles into the computer storage. So then the AI can recognize that flag. And they also train it to do memories in it. So you have different companies that are doing this. It's like ChatGPT. They have a website. You go on that and you punch in your question, and AI will spit out what has been stored in the computer. And this is human knowledge that is being stored in that computer. So, and it has a bit of reasoning. It can connect things like our brain can. So it has some human reasoning in it. But it's somewhat limited. They recently found out, and something that I knew for many, many, many years, decades now. And in fact, I would tell my students about it. But they just now are coming with saying that humans can multitask by using their prefrontal cortex, which is what is mainly used for the most decision making. And because of that, they used to say it's very focused. It's focused on a limited amount of information. And so they used to say because of that, you couldn't multitask. But what they have discovered of late is that if you use your subconscious to do some of the reasoning and some of the thinking, you can. The prefrontal cortex could focus on this small part, and the subconscious could focus on the other part. And so you figure doing two things at the same time. And they just discovered this. This is something that I discovered by doing physics problems. I would be working on a physics problem, can't get it, using my prefrontal cortex, trying to figure it out, can't get it. I would stop, go take a shower, and I'm not thinking about the problem anymore. And then all of a sudden, I know how to solve it. I get out of the shower, dry off, go do it, and it works. And so apparently my subconscious was continuing to try to solve the problem. When it got a solution, then it alerted my conscious thought that it had a solution. And so that's what I would tell students. I was like, look, you can't get a problem, and you're fighting over it, you're trying all kinds of ways, nothing's working. Go do something else. Go take a shower, do something that will relax you, stop you from thinking about it. Your subconscious is going to continue to work on it. And when it gets a solution, it will let you know. And this is what they are now discovering, that the brain does this. And so it allows you to do more than one activity at a time. Yeah. And something like that is for the which I guess AI could reproduce.
All right. Could I just have you hold us out? We could play our ID and then come right back to you.
Yeah,
Good. Hold on. Don't go down. I'm trying to find out from her, and they want before the lady
Yes.
is, well, how We're back, and are you still there? Can you hear me?
Hello.
Okay. Welcome back. We're good. We're good.
But so the other thing that AI is going to have trouble with that humans can do is gut feelings. You could kind of just feel that this is an answer or solution. You don't know why your prefrontal cortex hasn't figured it out, but you just got this gut feeling that this is what you should be doing or this is the answer, and it turns out not to be. And I think that's also, again, your subconscious. We have five senses that we experience the universe with: sight, hearing, smell, touch, and taste. And this is how we know everything we know about the universe. A lot of it, your prefrontal cortex, your consciousness realizes. You see a red car, your prefrontal cortex sees that red car. But there are things that your prefrontal cortex may not really realize, like the smell, or if you're doing something to taste, and even sometimes the sight. You see stuff, but your consciousness doesn't really make you aware of it. But your subconscious, it just record everything you experience, all of the five senses. So you find yourself in a situation and you're trying to find an answer to something, and your subconscious knows the answer because it has seen this before, but your conscious doesn't. So you have gut feeling, this is the answer, this is what needs to be done, or this is what's going to happen, and it turns out correct. Because your subconscious is a whole lot more powerful than your conscious thought. It's just that most people are not connected to it. You got to kind of work at getting connected to your subconscious, and you'll find that you know a whole lot more answers than you did before. And something like that, it would take a lot. I mean, you would probably need 2 buildings the size of government house, the whole complex, to be able to do that. So yes, it's there. Yes, there is a bit of a threat, but that's with every new thing. A car, before cars were invented, you didn't have people being run over by cars, but now you do. Now you got to watch out for them when you're crossing the road. Before, you had to watch out for horse and buggy, which didn't move as fast. So yes, with every new invention, every new thing, there's always a plus and a minus. And what societies have to figure out is, how do you handle the minuses? How do you handle the negative parts to it? And I guess sometimes even the successes, the pluses, you have to also figure out. And that's where government comes in. Government regulates us. It doesn't allow us to do just whatever we feel like. Because if you just have a group of people doing whatever they feel like, you're going to have a lot of problems. And so governments are there to regulate. When we're moving too fast, slow us down. When we're moving too slow, speed us up. And like WAPA, that's our problem. We're moving too slow. They know what they need to do. The board has, by 2012, they have put out. They need to go with waste energy was one of the things they said they needed to do. Moving to natural gas was one of the things that they said they needed to do. They had natural gas or propane. They went ahead and did the easier thing, which was propane. But they have to know that that's not going to do it. That gives us a temporary fix. Ultimately, we need to go to natural gas because the propane price fluctuates with oil. Natural gas doesn't. And it's cleaner. And there's 101 reasons. And so the board knows this. They talked about using biomass, which is one type of waste energy. They know this, but they haven't moved at glacier speeds. They're moving way too slow. And that's where apparently we need to put some pressure on them to speed it up. Because we can't move at the rate that they're moving. We
we can't survive that. People are moving away. Businesses are closing down. Our waste system is literally collapsing, especially in St. Thomas. Their pipes and stuff are just collapsing because they're old. They need to be replaced. And we are just creeping. And so apparently they need a little pressure to speed things up because they know exactly what they need to do. As I said, they're board in 2012. Spelled it out. This is where we need to move it.
I have a question. And it goes back a little bit. But you mentioned that that's where government comes in because you can't be, freely just doing whatever you want. Suppose, again, speaking of the AI. So it prompts me to ask a question. That means that whatever you're doing with this AI is being monitored. Yes?
Yeah, I would say definitely. At the very least, monitored by the companies that provide the services.
Okay.
And of course, I'm sure the government to a certain extent, NSA, but they're not really supposed to. The government agencies are not supposed to spy on American citizens. But of course, they have their go-arounds, and so and certain amounts of information, if it's not specific to a person, but just in general, I guess it's okay for them.
But, it's what prompted me to ask a question, because it seems that you were suggesting that the government needs to stay on top of this because, it just go crazy if anybody could do whatever they wanted with the AI. So I said, well, wait a minute. Well, that means that somebody knows what you're doing.
Yeah. And the leaders in the industry, so a number of them have wrote letters to the administration telling them you need to monitor. You can't let this just go wild. And these are the experts. One of the guys who started Apple, Steve Wawinski, he was among the people, the guy who started the internet. He was among the people that signed this letter asking the government to regulate this, saying that AI is moving too quickly and it's without any, regulations, and this is going to cause problems. So these are the people who understand the internet, they understand computers, they understand the possibilities, and they're telling the government, you all need to regulate this. This is, if you just leave it alone, it is going to cause a lot of problems. But so far, of course, Trump ain't really doing much anything because Trump, doesn't think that much and doesn't care even less than he thinks.
Yeah.
But the experts in this are saying they foresee the problems. They're not against it. But they're just saying things are developing too rapidly without people really paying attention to what is likely to happen and to put in safeguards. You're having AI give children sexually explicit stuff. You have them telling them how to commit suicide. And then you also have AI. A lot of people end up committing suicide because of it. They break up with somebody. They start this thing with AI. AI becomes their girlfriend or boyfriend, and then AI dumps them or talks them into killing themselves. And so these things have happened, and so it really does. Like I said, it's not like everything. Your water, you need it to live. You can't go more than about 3 days without water before you die. But it also can be used to kill somebody. You could drown somebody in water. So if water has its good and bad, what isn't going to have it? So AI is going to have its good and its bad. We need to put in, the government needs to put in things to try to safeguard humans.
Well, from what I'm hearing, this thing is, well, so, you know, omnipresent, really.
Yeah.
How,
It's big.
how do you monitor it? And I mean, you just mentioned here, like, you know, it would,
Put limitations to it. For instance, like the data centers, you put a limitation to how big the data center can be, because the data center is really what makes the power of AI and allows it to do what it does. So if the government can say, and then again, as I said, it's using up water resources in some places that don't have the water. So the government can step in and say, okay, you can only have so many gigabytes of data being stored here, or or that what AI could be used to. You could, and they will have to have some limits to it. So they could say, okay, no, you can't go into this area. You can't be storing data about this or about that. So there are ways that they totally have the ability to control how big it gets and what it can do.
Okay.
But again, we have Trump as a president who is not that smart and doesn't like to listen to people who know what they're talking about. So even though all these experts, the guy who invented the internet, signs a letter saying this is going to be problems if you don't regulate it. But Trump ain't gonna listen to that. Because Trump knows more than about anything else, even about anything, any subject. So when experts talk to him, he quickly brushes them off. So I'm guessing we're gonna have to wait for the next president to come in, who has a little more humility and sense to go ahead and start putting some laws in place.
Well,
and then Congress also can do it.
Just listening to you, I mean, it's I guess scary to realize
and then this is a guy who's big into technology. I love technology. I was before the internet really was. So I would say about a decade before that, I knew of the beginnings of it, and I was just to kick off, because I used to look at encyclopedias, as your last caller was there. I would get think of something, how to fly an airplane, and I'll go look it up in the encyclopedia, and there will be a piece out there. So the internet is like a massive encyclopedia. Whatever you're interested in and want to know, you could find it. So I was dying for when that came, and I was happy when it came about. So I'm big into, and as I told you, I'm teaching young people about robotics and coding, which is really a lot of that is what AI is about. Code AI, you have to program the computers, which is coding, and a lot of the kind of thinking in robotics and the way is what AI does. AI just doesn't have the physical being. So AI is like the brain of a robot, but it doesn't have the physical. It can't get up and walk, can't grab something, And so I like the technology. I would like the technology to continue to grow, but I also see, because I understand the technology, I understand the potential problems, and it needs, if the government does not regulate it, we are going to have a lot of problems in society, and we're already starting to have them.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, you said we're going to. I mean, if AI is, operating now, are these problems existing now?
Yes.
Well,
and there have been lawsuits and all kinds of stuff. In fact, just recently, American Family Japan, the son also doesn't saw he's in I mean, what is he doing? I forgot something with biology. I think he's an undergrad, but he sees a problem with AI, and his mother was using AI to find restaurants and stuff there, and he was telling her to, don't use it. It has problems and going to create problems.
Yeah.
They got into a big argument over it. He took off, and apparently they couldn't find him for the longest. And I was telling people he has to be dead because he's a project guy in Japan. How hard is that to spot? If he's not dead, he would be found in 4 minutes. And they just recently, I think this weekend, found his body in some woods. It doesn't seem to be foul play, but they haven't explained what happened to him.
Uh-huh.
But that's AI related death because they had this argument. That's why he took off. I guess to cool down.
Yeah.
It's a big thing.
That's what I see. Yes.
You read about some story about dealing with the negative aspects of AI. Something happened in the U.S. Or with a U.S. citizen because of AI.
Well, I appreciate it. You have educated me, considerably, because I knew nothing about it. And
if you're not on the internet and that kind of stuff, I wouldn't imagine you would. It would probably take you another year or so to hear it by the grapevine.
Well, thank you much because
No problem.
and we'll talk next week. And congratulations with the young people.
Yeah, thanks. It's always a thrill to do this because I know it opens up opportunities to our young, and it also provides us with people in the future who can help us with these things. I said robots, they're going to need to be fixed, they're going to need to be programmed, they're going to need to be designed. We need people in the Virgin Islands that are knowledgeable about robotics and automation. And so this is kind of almost selfish. I'm doing this in some sense for myself because I know that, as I get older and whatnot, I'm going to need people to take over and to be able to program or fix my robot for me or my alarm system or it's going to be as an electric car is a robot. And most cars are they're going to be all electric cars around. And we're going to need people capable of repairing and those things. And you can't wait till when you need something to start working on. As I told people, you can't wait till when you're being mugged to learn self-defense. You gotta wait. You gotta learn it before, so that when you're being mugged, you can apply it.
I hear you. Yes, indeed. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Thank you so very much. And again, Ben, congratulations are in order.
Thanks.
All right. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
How are you?
Yes, hello.
Yeah. Okay. I was on the phone.
Okay.
How did the mystery question go?
Well, Mr. Clifford Deland did it again. He gave it. Yes, he did. And he knew the Bureau of the Census of the United States had conducted a census, and I could tell you that as of November 1st, 1917, we all learned that there were 14,901 people on St. Croix. I told him, I would have been satisfied just learning when it was 14,000 or 15,000. But he says, no,
Mhm.
14,901. He said, yes, I know. But I, I wasn't expecting for the callers to have it that exact. But you do. He
Wow.
says, yes. I said, and you won't tell me how you do it. No, he said, no, that's my secret. That's my secret.
He really proportion.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, but let me send you home with this. And this is why I was talking about the Trenchant column, Mr. Henry, so we're gonna talk Whopper. I urge everyone to pay attention now with these, whatever they want to call them, rolling blackouts, not sufficient generation. They're using all kind of fancy terms to come up with have billions of dollars, but would not buy the proper size generators and wouldn't build new plants. As a matter of fact,
Yeah.
when I tackle Mr. Carl Knight on a radio program, I think it was last week, he said it, but not wanting to say. I said, listen, well, anyway, you got the money. We're going to build a new plant at the South Shore. We're going to move that plant from there in Richmond. He said, not really. Only 60% of plants will be moved to the South Shore, so 30% will still remain in a residential area where it is now.
Well, why?
I mean, if this isn't, huh?
Why?
Well, he didn't say why. I mean, you can question these people as to why. Whatever they say is gospel.
I hear you.
I mean, he knows that he has to be careful with how he talks with me. Someone that knows the system better than he does.
Yeah.
I challenge him. Okay? But, I said, listen to this. And I waiting now for the people to go up in arms and raise and help me to say nothing. Are you satisfied that they're not going to move the whole situation to the South Shore? Where it should be? But, I don't know, Mario. But the thing I want to warn about, anytime there's rolling blackout power on, off, whatever,
Yeah.
your bill, your monthly bill is going to go no place but up.
I heard you say that earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, I have proven it in electrical class in high school.
Yeah.
I have proven it in electrical engineering class in Upper Iowa State University. I have proven it in the same studies at Howard University School of Engineering.
Okay.
And look how we did it. It was very simple, Mario. You get an electric, what we call a boost. And you just keep playing with the dial up, down, and you got somebody at the meter.
Yeah.
And when the up, down, the meter, it's measuring anything with a heated element. And this is why I tell people, you don't need your hot water heater plug in 4 hours a day. You turn the breaker off or plug it out, only plug it in when you need the warm water, the water hot enough, and then turn it off.
All right, well, I gotta turn this off here because our time has left us. But again, no, very relevant information you're sharing here, and I appreciate it. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, well, I still was doing my way. Look, people tell me, you need to tell me that you might tell
Well, I personally thank you for sharing it with my beloved audience.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you. All righty, thank you. All right. And beloved, lick your cream because I'm sure ice cream is just so good for your soul. But you've got to remember, never ever think that they could make a basket that is too big for us to pull up. Why I say that? Because 1-1, we could fill up any basket just as long as we do it 2